Okay, good morning, everybody. Um, I guess no one else is coming in today, or they're coming in late. How are y'all today?
Uh,
Morning.
Doing
Hi,
okay?
good.
Good morning. So this is our last meeting, our last class, the last tutorial that I'm going to give you. It's a pretty involved one, but I think you'll be happy with the results. And I think that it will be useful to you in your projects that you'll be finishing up. Going to do a number of things. We're going to start with a kind of overlay, which won't allow the user to engage with or see really very well the site, the page, the way it's going to lay out. That overlay is going to be semi-transparent, and it's going to have like text boxes where they enter their names in, right? So the overlay will pop up. They'll have the place where they enter their name. They'll click on a button to enter their name, and then they'll see the web page. That'll take us a minute to get to. So once they type their name, that name will be stored. And when they go from page to page, it can be used throughout the rest of the page, throughout the rest of the site. There'll also be buttons and it's going to be like a fake game where you're going to get a score, and the score will have buttons to increase the score and decrease the score. That's it. So it's not really a game. It's just buttons to make the score go up and buttons to make the score go down. And then that'll be another thing that's carried over from page to page. In addition to the name, there'll be the score, right? That'll carry over from page to page. And on each of the other pages, you can also increase and decrease the score, and that'll be changed from throughout. The last thing we'll do is, the overlay happens on page one, on the index. And so we want that only to happen one time, right? We only want that to happen at the very beginning. We don't want to have it when they go back to, if they go back to the index, if they go back to the first page, that overlay appears again, blocking them from the content where they have to enter their name in again. That's dumb, right? So we'll make it so that the site remembers, right? Remembers in a way that they've already visited the first page, and then the overlay won't appear again. So that's a lot we have to do today. That it can carry, say, the user's name over from page to page, that you can increase and decrease a score, and that can go from page to page. And finally, that the data that you've been on a page already once can be carried over from page to page. So all of these are different types of data that might travel from one web page to the next. Okay, so any questions before we get started about stuff you're working on or concerns you might have or anything? Okay, so just remember that these are going to be due on Monday. I'm going to have it set so that you don't have to turn them in until midnight on Monday. So you have the full day if you want to, even on Monday. The 4th, right? I want everybody to make sure that it's a holiday here, and so that's your day off. It's the end of the first summer term, so make sure you get it in by the end so I can submit the grades ASAP. Okay, so let me make sure everything's ready to go. If you haven't yet, create your folder. You're going to need 3 additional files, page 2, 3, and 4. You will not need any images for this. It's not necessary. All right, so hold on a sec. Make sure everything's ready. Okay, so I've added stuff already, and I'll show that to you. All right, so there is what the index looks like to start. I've added a few sub-divs, right? The div for the links, which are these links that you see at the top with page 1 through 4. We have the H1 tag, which we see right here. carrying values from page to page. That also has an ID on it. Ultimately, we're going to substitute this text with the user's name. And then other buttons, this is where we're going to add and subtract points, these two buttons. And then the score is going to appear right underneath those, right? It's going to appear in the page directly below those buttons. That's what that div is for. Okay. So when you're done adding this stuff, typing this code in, you will just do a thumbs up either in your window or in chat. Either way is fine, doesn't matter. Okay, so a couple of you finished already. Good. Okay, Okay, got 3 people ready to go.
You on?
I have 3 of you. Guys almost ready, finished typing? All right, thank you, Visheshwan. Okay, all right, so we already have the link to the CSS here. I've already created my CSS file inside my CSS folder. So let me go ahead and show that to you as well to start. There's the CSS. It's really basic. I'm not trying to impress with the aesthetic today. So it just turns a light gray, right? And everything is centered as so. Once again, when you get it, please do thumbs up for me. Good. Inshu, are you okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So now, so that's the sort of content of the page. That's what the page is going to look like once we get here. We're going to be able to click on these links at the top to go from page 1 to page 2, page 3, page 4. As I said, these are the 2 buttons that are going to be adding points that will appear right here. Now let's make the overlay. That's another div in the index. So let's go back to the index. And since it's going to like hover or float on top of this, right? Ultimately, I'm just going to put it at the top above here, at the very top of the body. Another div at the very top here. And I'll call it fade, I guess. Let's call it yeah, let's just fade. Right now in the fade ID, we're going to have a few input elements. The text box to put in the first name, text box to put in the last name, and then a button to submit. Okay, so let's start with P, first name. So this is what's going to be added. That's ultimately all we're going to see when we first get to the first page. But right now it's just going to pop up above here once I save. You can see that it pops up over here. The next step, once we do this, is to go back to the CSS and style it so that it's actually hovering on top of everything else, as I said, an overlay. Okie dokie. So we have the two paragraphs that have the first name and last name with inputs. Those are the text boxes. The text boxes, all of these have IDs, right? So that's how we're going to style some of this. Okay. Let's go to the CSS and style. So remember that ID is called fade here, right? So we'll style that first. So we're going to make it black, but I'm going to make it semi-transparent so we'll actually see through it. We'll be able to see this below it. So we'll see that there's content underneath there, but it'll be extremely dim. So I'm going to, in order to access easily the opacity, I use the RGB color mode instead. So 0, 0, 0, and then 95%. Now, if I save that right now, it's not going to be on top of it. I have to do other things for them to create like layers that are on top of each other. So if I can save it and reload, and we see that it's black, you can see, can't see the text right now because I have to style that. It's all in the upper left corner. We still have that margin around it, which I don't want. But all the content right now is down below, right? So this is the fade div. Since it's on top, right? The fade div is right above the wrapper. By default, the fade is right above the wrapper, right? But we want it to hover or float on top of it like a layer. Okay, so let's add some more stuff here. Let's see, we want the text to be a lighter color. Let's make it light gray. See what that does so far. So we can see the text now, and it's in the center. Awesome. Adding 15%, meaning we're going to add some space between the top and the bottom from the top margin, but no padding on the right, no padding on the bottom, and no padding on the left. Why didn't we have, oh, 15%. There we go. That pushes it down. Now we're going to make it it's still not floating on it like a layer. So we have to add those properties to make it behave like a layer. The first is if we want to position it, if we want them to hover or float on top of each other, the best way to do that is by what we call absolute positioning. So position, we've done this once before, some weeks ago, when we were making those shapes and stuff. Position absolute, and we're positioning it in the X and Y coordinates, but we don't say X and Y. For Y, we use top, or distance from the top. For X, we use distance from the left, typically. So top, we want it to be 0 pixels from the top. Left, 0 pixels from the left, right? Now, if we're stacking these layers, if this is going to be one layer and that's going to be the background, then we want this one to be on top. So we're going to give it the Z index, right? Stacking it up, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Z index of 1. Okay, and oops, I have 2 colors there. And that makes it a layer, right? So now there's nothing below it, right? We could push it down a bit more. Why is it not? Oh, that padding. I'm not sure why. There we go. That's better. 25%. I think this would be better. You could push it down more if you wanted. So that's a layer. If we want to see, let's see if we can make this a little bit even less. So if I put it at 85%, we can see the content down below, right? Oh, I see what was wrong. For some reason, but I don't want to see that much. Let's see what 90, I don't want it to interfere. Still a little bit too, I'm gonna put it back to 95. I think that looked better. I would like it a little bit less. That's still 92, say. I think that works a little bit better. We can see that there's stuff underneath it, but it's not really interfering with our vision here of this. Okay. How about we style the other? Well, we'll do that in a minute. I should have done that before. I don't know why I didn't. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the index. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna. A second now. Okay, so what we want is to be able to, a couple of things here. We want to be able to, when the user types something here, right, and then submit, the submit button needs to do two things. It needs to get the text from the text box, right, save it in JavaScript, because remember I said I wanted to put it into the page here, right? So we're just going to replace those values where it says carrying values over from page to page. So it's going to say their name there. So that's one thing. It's going to get the text out of here and put it into the page. And then it's also got to make this disappear, right? The overlay disappear so we can see the page below. Now I only want this to occur in this page, right? So far, mostly I've shown you HTML, JavaScript from in external files, but we can actually type JavaScript directly in our pages. And that's what I'm going to do here, is I'm going to put our scripts directly into this page. Not all of them, but this one, we're going to do that. Okay, because this one is a function that only needs to happen in this page. And if it only needs to happen in this page, there's no reason for me to have an external file, because usually you have external files when you have functions that affect more than one page, right? Here, this function that we're going to create is only going to affect this page, so let's just put it here. All right, so let's do that. We're going to create, to put it in the page, instead of doing a script with an src, we just type the script tag without src. Oops. And then we type the closing script tag. Now we type our JavaScript in between those script tags. We'll end up typing quite a bit here. So this script, this function that we're going to start with, like I said, is going to take the data from the text boxes. So how about, and that's the user's name, presumably. So how about we call it function user name, right? And I'll put some notes here. Takes name input by user and outputs to locally to web page. Just going to take it from the text boxes and put it into the web page. All right, so the first thing we got to do is get whatever the user types here out of those boxes. So we're going to create variables. Now, I don't want to put those variables in the function. There's something called scope. This is an important concept of variables, which we call scope. And I mentioned it once before, a long time ago when I first introduced variables, a long time ago in summer terms. Scope has to do with when you create a variable in a function. If I were to do var, say f for the first name, this variable only will exist within this function. If I have other functions, or even if I have other JavaScript files, I won't be able to access this variable. It only exists here. So that means it has a local scope. Whenever you have a variable that you've declared or created within a function, it is local to this function and this function only. If I want a variable that I can access throughout my code, then I don't want to create it or declare it here inside the function. I'm going to do it outside, above, right? So it's not inside the function where I'm declaring this. And I'll just put a little global, we call them global variables, so they're available throughout your code. For first name, let's do them both at the same time. First, last names. So we'll put var f and L for last name, right? F for first name, L for last name. I declared them both at the same time with a comma between. Global variables for first and last names. Okay, so I've got my variables. Ultimately, that's going to contain whatever they type in here and here. So in order to get that data, I have to do document.getElement by ID, and each of these have IDs. Let's scroll down to see what those IDs are. So it's right here. So ID first, ID last, right? So F equals document.getElement by ID, and I'll put first. And it's whatever the user types in the box, because the box is called first, but I want what's in the box. And that's the value of the box, whatever the user has typed inside of it. And then the same thing for L for the last name. So I'll put L here, and then last right here. So whatever's in this box, which is called first, the value of it will go into the variable f, and then whatever's in this box, which we call last, the value of it will go into L. Okay, now that actually takes it out. Now I want to put it back into the page right here, right where we barely can see the heading. The heading also has, this is our heading here, and it has the ID of user. So we're going to take this data from F and L and stick it into the user ID. Okay. So let me put some comments here. Extract input typed into text boxes and put into variables, right? Then output text back into directly back into the web page, and which is going to be into the heading. So again, we use document.getElement by ID. Document.getElement by ID. This time it's user, right? User is the heading. And what do we want to do? We want to put it into the web page. Remember, to stick something into the web page, it's inner HTML, right? And then for now, how about we just put F, and we want a space between the first name and the last name, because remember, F contains the first name. So F plus, we're concatenating here, a space plus L. Okay. Right. Okay, now we want that to be activated by the submit button, right? We want this function, which takes the username out of the text boxes and sticks it into the web page, to be activated by the submit button. So that's this button right here, right? This submit button. So we need the on click there, on click equals, and then the function is called username. All right. Now, hopefully, after reloading the page, type some, I'll put my name there. Let's see if now it's not going to make this fade away yet, but we should be able to see through it, see it stick the name in there. There we go. I don't know if you can see it, but I can see my name underneath there. If you look closely, you should be able to see that too on yours. Oops, somebody's coming in. Hi, Sal. I need to make sure and get you this code so you can be where we are. Yeah, you're really behind. So let's see, what's the best way for me to do this? I guess I can email a zip to you. So hold on a second. Did everybody, I'll come back to this. Even if you didn't quite get it yet, I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment, because I think this is an important lesson. I don't want you to get behind. Will you do me a favor, Silk, and give me your, send me a message with your email address?
Okay.
I'm going to email it to you. It's going to be a zip folder file. And that way you'll just download it and you'll be exactly where we are. Did you type a message in the chat with your email? Okay. Give me a second. Okay, I just sent it to you. Let me know when you get it. Meanwhile, I'm going to share my screen again. All right, so you should be able to, if you reload the page, you'll see very dim underneath there. There's more content. We've created 2 layers. One is black that's semi-transparent, and underneath it is the page. And when you type your name in here and click submit, you'll be able to see your name appear dimly underneath there. So if I click submit, I can see it says Carter Johnson there. If anybody is not getting that, or if you're getting errors, let me know. Let's see, chat. Feel so far so good? Are you getting it? Great. Okay, the last, or nearly the last thing I want to do with this, I need to make this layer disappear, right? As I said, not only do I want these text boxes and the submit button to input the name into the page underneath, but we want this black, right? This overlay to disappear. Ultimately, we want it to fade out, but first let's just get it to disappear. So that's the next step here. Make, and we call, remember, we call this ID, right? This black ID, right? This is the black ID. It's called fade. So I want to make fade go away. All right. Fade go away. Okay. So we do document dot get element. Oops. By ID, and it's fade, right? That's the black area. Fade dot style dot opacity equals 0. That's one step. That's going to make it hopefully disappear. Let's take a look. Reload the page, type your name if it goes away, and then click submit, and it makes it go away. But I'd like it to sort of more, and you see your name there, right? You should see your name there too. But I would like this to be a little more gradual. So we can add what we call a transition to the fade ID. Right, so it just disappears automatically, right? And poof, it's gone, right? Furthermore, it's actually still there, right? It's still there, but we can't, because we can't, but it's just invisible, right? We've just set the opacity to 0. That's all we've done. We haven't removed it. We've set the opacity to 0. So a couple things we need to do. We actually not only need to make it disappear, we need to remove it altogether, because even though I can't see it, it's still there, and I can't interact with these buttons, right? Notice if you try, you can't click on the buttons. That's because that layer is still there. It's just invisible now. It's just transparent. So two things I want to do. I want to make this gradually disappear instead of just poof, it's gone. And I want to actually remove it. Once it's gone, once it's gradually faded out, I literally want it to go away, right? I want it to not be there anymore. It's called removing it from the code. So first, let's make it fade out gradually. And so that's the fade ID, right? So remember the ID that we're working with is this ID here called fade. So we've styled it this way with the CSS. We can add a transition to it. So transition opacity 2 seconds. We've already set the opacity to 0 with the JavaScript, right? So in our JavaScript, we set the opacity to 0, right? So this transition is going to make it last 2 seconds. So submit, and we see it fades away. And we can make it less, like if we wanted to go faster. It's a little faster. It's up to you how fast or slow you want it to go. Now, it's still not gone though, right? We still can't interact with those buttons because it's still there. So we have to remove it. Like I said, remove it altogether. That is not a CSS thing. The CSS is just styling, right? We style the way this looks. We style the way this other thing looks. We give it colors, right? We make it visible or invisible. All of that is styling. That's just the way it looks. But to actually remove a piece of code, right, so that it's not even there, that's JavaScript. See, we did this with JavaScript, but we're actually styling the page, right? This is us accessing CSS with JavaScript. When we see that word style here in our JavaScript, we know we're accessing the CSS styles, and we set it to 0. But again, that just makes it disappear. That doesn't remove it. So what I want to do is totally remove it, and I want to remove it, around after it fades out. I don't want it to remove it before it fades out because I want to see that effect. I want to see it gradually disappearing. Right? I don't want to remove it before that, because if I remove it before that, we won't see it because it'll be gone and there'll be nothing to fade away. So I want it to take a little bit less than 2 seconds before it disappears, before it removes it. So it's going to disappear or gradually fade away. Then we're going to remove it. All right. So how do we do that? We remember that timer thing that we did before. You're going to use it again in a little while, but we can set a timeout that makes it go away after a certain amount of time. So how do we do that? So we use the set timeout function that's built into JavaScript. First thing, what is it that we want to do? Well, we want to remove that piece of code, the ID fade, right? We want to remove that. So we want the set timeout function to do that. And this is what we type. Document dot get element by ID fade remove. Oops. All of that within quotes, right? Opening and closing quotes. And notice I put fade between single quotes. Then how much time do we want it to take to remove it? We want it to remove it after a little less than 2 seconds, which is 1600 milliseconds. 2 seconds would be 2000. That's actually a bit too long. I've already timed this. So that should be about the right amount of time. So, right, then submit. As soon as it finishes fading out, we should be able to, well, still not. Why is that not working? Irritating. Huh. That's very irritating. Because this worked for me before. Okay. Let me see if there's any errors. Move this guy somewhere else. I do have an error. Remove is not defined. Really? Oh, no, look what I did. I put a slash there instead of a dot. Stupid. So it should be dot remove. Let's see if that changes everything. No error, good. And we can interact with the buttons now. Okay, so we can interact. They're still not doing anything, but we can interact with the buttons. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Submit. Fade away. That's what we see instead of that other stuff. Great. And we can interact with the buttons. Okay. That working? Awesome. All right, so that's step number 1. We were able to create these layers and gradually get the layer to disappear, and then remove it all together, right? So when we're stacking things up on top of each other with CSS, we can make them disappear or fade away, right? But that doesn't mean they're gone, they're just invisible. But by using this remove command, at the end of the document.getElementById, it means that just totally removes that piece of code. And this is how much time it takes for it to remove it. After 1600 milliseconds, which is like 1.6 seconds, it removes it, which is about the time it takes it to fade out, a little bit less. Okay, fantastic. So that works. The next thing I want to do is, how about the next thing we do is make these points, adding and subtracting points, actually work, right? So we can, and then the points to show up here. First, we want 0 points to show up here, and then we want to be able to add and subtract from them, right? Let us do that, since that's something we're going to do in every page, right? This is going to be for every single page. What we just did here with fade is only for the index, right? If we look at the other pages, we don't have that fade ID here. That's only for the index. So that's why we put this script here, only for the index. But the adding and subtracting points, if we look at the other pages, they all have those buttons for adding and subtracting points. So for this function, we're going to put it in an external file. Okay, so might as well go ahead and put a link to it at the top here. Or do I want to put it underneath? Let's put it underneath since it's going to be after this. So script src equals, let's call it, since it's actually going to serve a function, let's call it points.js, but it's going to be in our JS folder, right? Points.js in our JS folder. So we know that that's what that script is for. So it's called points.js. So in our JS folder up here, we want to create a new file called points.js. Okie dokie. And so we have two buttons, add points, subtract points. Those are these two buttons down here, right? Add points, subtract points. And they're in the ID add sub points. But these two buttons need to have IDs too, I guess. Well, they need on clicks so that when we add points and subtract points, that does that. So how about we go ahead and name the function that's going to be called by the add points. So we're going to go on click equals add. And then for the subtract, on click equals subtract, which I'm just going to put sub. So the add points button is going to call this function called add, which I haven't created yet, but I'm about to. And the subtract points button is going to call this other function called sub. So let's make the add points function first. Okay. Function to add points to score. Function add. Okay, but I don't have a score yet, right? I can't add to nothing. Right now, the score is null. There's nothing there. So I need a score. And that means I need a variable for score, right? So let us do that. Before we add points to the score, let's create a score variable. I'm going to do that back in the index. Okay. Let's see, hold on a second. All right, so in my function here, or in my script here, I created two global variables, one for the first name and one for the last name. I wanted them to be global so I could access them not only in all my functions, but also in every page. So I'm also going to create a global variable. I might as well put them in the same spot. I want to create a global variable here for the score. I'm just trying to think of, okay. I'm going to put something here and we're probably going to need to change it. But let's go ahead and give it a value of 0, because that's what we want the score to start, right? The score to be 0. And I want to put it directly into the page right away, right now. So if I want to put it directly into the page, I could just do right? Document.get element by ID. And that ID for the score, if you remember, is just called score, right? So score, and then inner HTML equals S, right? But this is not going to work. We're going to get an error from that. Right? We get this error here. Document.get element by ID is null. So everybody get that error. I want you to put that in there and get that error. Now, who knows why we got that error? We've encountered this error before for exactly the same reason. Just to remind, to try to get our brains to work. Who knows why we got that error? Or who will be willing to guess? Even if you're not sure. Why did we get that error? We've done this before, right? We just did it down here. If the fade, right? We did it here also. We did it here, right? To get the user and put the username in there, right? We put our name in there once we hit the submit button. But why doesn't it work here? Come on, take a guess. Be bold. I'm gonna wait. Somebody's got to guess. We can just wait. So if you're making code and you're encountering an error, you got to try to have a hypothesis, right? Like, why did I get this error? You have to try to, and then try to get rid of it, right? You have to have a reason, a possible reason. Like if you encounter an error, why you got the error, and then you go fix it. And if it doesn't work, you try something else, right? So if this is an error that you got, and we've gotten this error before, it's basically null means nothing, right? So null is basically telling us document.get element by ID, the one it has ... between the parentheses where we have score, it has ... and then it says it's null. So basically it's telling us it doesn't exist. Well, we know very well that score, the score ID exists down here, right? But why is it telling us it doesn't exist when we know it does? This is one of the first things we did, and we've done it a number of times. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna call on somebody. Zanshi,
Yes.
take a guess. Be bold.
Uh, mm,
Nobody? Really? Nothing? No ideas?
no
would-
idea about
What would
this.
you do if, or anybody, what would you do if you had this error? What would be the first thing you would try to do? Okay. Well, maybe we'd search Google for that error, right? That'd be one way to go. But remember, if you get this null thing for an ID, right, and we're getting the ID and it's telling us this ID is null, that means it doesn't exist. JavaScript cannot see it. Why can't it see it? Well, remember, it reads the code from top to bottom. When it gets to this line, and we're calling on this ID called score, well, score doesn't exist yet. So the browser is looking at this line of code, but score doesn't exist until down here, right? So it's like, there's no such thing as score. I haven't read, score's not there. I'm only, I've had 12 lines of code. That's all I've read. I haven't seen score. So we have to make it so that it reads all of the code first before it runs this line of code. Because it needs to look at all the code before because otherwise it's not going to see score, right? So it needs to know all that code needs to load before score can exist, before we can do anything with score. That just means we need to wait until the window finishes loading before it runs this code. So how do we do that? We need a function called window.onLoad equals function. Okay. Okay. Let's see if that works. And there it is. It actually, if you look closely, it does it even before. It does it, if you look, it's already there when we load the page, because this happens when we load the page. Okie dokie. So now we've gotten that to work. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of styling here, because I don't like where the 0 is. I think it should look a little different. All of this should, I think, look a little bit different. So let's go back to our CSS and do a bit of styling here. Not too much. All right, let's see. And that's for the H1 tag. Let's spread everything out a little bit, right? Okay. Let's style some of these buttons, right? So it's not gonna, it doesn't like this, but it's gonna work, I promise. That should be for the buttons. There we go, we made them a bit bigger. And that's for the color when we changes colors when we hover over the buttons. All right. Okay. Now, we also have the links ID. Just let me show you. The links ID is where all those top buttons are. So I'm going to style that too. And I'll just start, since that's underneath, I'll just put it here, might as well. It's underneath fade, so technically, do this assume stuff. I'll put it here. And that just adds space, right? So it gives it more height, right, between these things. It centers it, but gets without the 15 there. Normally we put for centering, we put 0. But that pushes it right up against the margin at the top. But by putting, say, 15 at the top here, let's put 20 pixels. It pushes everything down from the top a bit, right? More space. And then the padding at the bottom is under the space underneath the buttons. Okay. 1 sec. All right, so let's do the score also. Let's style that a bit. Okay, so that's down at the very bottom. How about color? Let's make it this. Let's see what that goes. Let's make it a little bit redder. How about let's make it a bit bigger. Okay. And let's give it some space above it. Margin. Let's give it 10 pixels. Now, it doesn't really make sense to me to just have a 0 there. Maybe it should say points after it. So 0 points. So we know what that 0 refers to. So we've got the page nicely styled. It's basic, right? We have this basic color scheme and stuff, but let's put that points there. That's concatenation. So that's JavaScript. So let's go back to our index where we're inserting the score is right here, S, right? Score, adding the S. So why Hana just adding points to it, right? We have a space in the beginning here. So it says 0 points, right? To start with, we have 0 points. Now we want to be able to click on these buttons, right? To add points and subtract points. So we've got 0 points, let's add points. We already have our JavaScript with the, and we already know what the functions need to be, right? For the add points and subtract points, we created, or we decided we're going to name them add and subtract or sub. So in our JavaScript, we need to make sure that that's what we do. So we have this function called add already in my points.js file. Let's just see if we can get it to, if it can communicate. So I'm just going to do temporarily a console.log, and I'm just going to put add points, right? Just, and if I see that when I click on the add function, I should see it down here when I click on this button. So add points is going to hopefully send that message down here. And it does, it says add points. Let's do the same thing for the other function. Okay. Hopefully now, when I click on that button, I'll see subtract points here, and I do. So what that's telling me is that these two buttons are actually connecting to my JavaScript, right? So I know that I can click on these buttons and make something happen here. I don't need the console log, so I'm going to take them out because I know it's communicating. I know that the buttons are communicating with the JavaScript. But what I really want is to increase points by adding points, right? So I need to put the score is S, right? So S plus plus. When I click on that add points button, I want my score, which is S, to add a point. So that's what that does. And then I want to put it back into the page, right? So it's the same thing that I did here, right? From the beginning. That's how I put 0 points in the page. Now I want to put whatever other points that I added to it. So document.get element by ID. score dot inner HTML equals s plus points. Same exact thing. I'm going to put some comments here. Increment score variable. And then start output score to web page. Okay, well, let's try that. So we've incremented it. We're putting it back into the page. So add point goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. We can go up as high as we want. Oh, 37 points, yay. Subtract points doesn't work yet, right? We basically do the same thing with one caveat. So now I'm going to do the subtract, decrement, score variable, s minus minus, output new score to web page. And I'm just going to copy and paste. Okay. Adding points, subtracting points. Good. Now, the only problem here is if it's a problem, maybe in your web page it's not a problem, but I can go negative. Maybe you don't want to go negative. Maybe you want 0 to be the lowest score you can get. Any thoughts of how we prevent it from going below 0? Well, we need a conditional. The conditional will allow us to subtract points if s is above 0, right? So long as s is above 0, we can subtract points. Once s gets to 0, we don't want to be able to subtract points, right? So decrement score variable, and there's more than one way to do this. If score is at least 1, right? We want to be able to decrement it. We want to be able to subtract, but only if score is at least 1. If score is less than 1, we don't want to be able to decrement it, right? So if score is greater than or equal to 1, right? That's at least 1. Right? If it's greater than or equal to 1, we want to be able to do this, right? We want to be able to subtract, but if score is greater than or equal to 1. For safe, I mean, that's all we really have to do. I'll save that. Reload my page, submit, add points. That still works, subtract points. But it's not working. Why is it not working? Oh my gosh. I just did this. What did I do? And there's no error. Add points, subtract points. If score is greater than or equal to 1. Huh. Maybe. Why is that not working? Did I? If score. Oh, it's not score. S. S is the name of my variable. Hello. Okay, try again. Add some points, subtracting points. And now I can't go below 0. Okay. Now, if you want to be more explicit about it, we could put else s equals 0, right? If it's greater than 1, we can subtract. Otherwise, it's always just going to be 0. So we can't subtract. We can add, subtract, still sticks to 0. We don't really need that little piece there, though. This is only going to allow subtraction if it's at least 1, right? So we don't really need that. All right, so we can add points. We can subtract points up to 0 points, and then we can't anymore. And we got, yeah, so far so good, right? We got the page, the overlay to disappear. We got our name to be input directly into the page, and we have points that we can add and subtract from. That's awesome. So the next part of this is to be able to transfer this information from one page to the next page, right? So, but before we do that, why don't we take a bit of a break? So let's take 15 minutes today or so. It's 11:08, so let's say at 11:25 we come back again. 11:25 we can come back and we'll do the rest of this, okay? If you have questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see y'all in 15 minutes. Yeah, so you have a question? Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Of course. Let me make you co-host. Okay, so not NaN means not a number. And so go ahead and put your name in there just for the hell of it. Okay, so that gets in there, undefined points. All right, so why don't you go to your index?
Index.
All right, so let's see, S. So you didn't give S a value. You need to put S equals 0.
This one.
Yeah. All right, try that and see what happens. Reload your page. Okay, now click on, yeah, and then subtract. Okay.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Okie dokie. Back again. Here we all are. So hold on a sec. Okay, so before we continue, let's make sure that all of our other pages look the way they're supposed to look, that look more or less like the first, second, third, I mean as the index does. And also let's make sure that we can add and subtract points in the other pages. So I'm going to share my screen. This is even before we get the links to work, right? So I'm going to go to my folder here, into the HTML folder, and I'm going to open up these pages 2, 3, and 4, and I see they don't look the way the index looks. That just means that the CSS is not attached, right? So I'm going to copy my CSS here and put it in those other pages. It looks like it's already attached, but it's not attached. Not sure why. I don't know if yours are working. Maybe I didn't save. Okay. All right, I have to figure out what's going on as always. So I have the same idea here: score, user, links, styles.css, HTML body. What the hell's going on? Why doesn't it work? Does anybody else not work, or is it just me? I don't know what's going on. I'll figure it out eventually. All right, so it's not working. Pourquoi pas? Does anybody else's work? Or that's so weird. We do. Oh, I see. Look, I spelled style sheet wrong. Hello. Something simple as that. I'll do it page. I left off the E. There we go. So the pages look the way we want, but the add and subtract points doesn't work, right? So that just means we need to connect to that JS file as well, which I have in the index, which is this guy right there. That connects to the JS file. So I'll do that in each of my pages. Oh, not that. I thought I copied it. I did not. See? There we go. But dot slash in front of JS. Save that. And that 4. All right. So we should be able to. Oh, nope. That's because, again, because of. Oh, message. Get errors because I don't have the S variable. Hold on a second. Oh, I didn't put dot slash. I just put dot. Oh my gosh. All kinds of little stupid mistakes. Try this again. There we go. So it's not giving me an error anymore, but it's largely, it should have. All right, so we'll come back to that in a second. I think it's because we don't have points, but we're going to be transferring points anyway from the other pages. You'll notice, right, if I'm in page 1, there's no way, I mean, I can't link yet because we haven't done the linking, but I'm adding points, I'm subtracting points. That's not appearing over here. So we need to transfer the data for my name and also for the points in order for that stuff to work over here. Notice we don't see my name or anything. Okay, first let's get the linking to work so that these buttons up here link to the other pages. And I'm going to make some changes here. All right, let's make sure that something lines up properly. Just to call your attention to this. My IDs are named for the links, right? For these buttons at the top, my IDs are 1, 2, 3, and 4. And my pages are named 2, 3, and 4, exactly the same, right? The only one that's different is index, right? But I intentionally named the ID for these 3, 2, 3, and 4 as the same as the page. That's going to make things simpler, you'll see. We're going to use the IDs to open up those pages, which is kind of interesting. We're going to create a function called go. I'll make sure I'm in the index. We're going to create a function called go that these 4 buttons will call on. And that function will take the ID and go to the correct page. Okay, so let's create the function. And then we'll use the buttons to call the function in a slightly different way. So I'm going to go up at the top here. So I have 2 functions here in my script tag, right? I'm going to create another underneath the onload. I guess I'll just put it at the bottom here. Since the username is what happens first, I mean, I could put it anywhere, but this happens first from the very beginning. So I like to organize my code by what happens first, organize that way. It doesn't need to be, but I like that. So this function is going to be called go, and it's going to be used to go from one page to the next. Ultimately, it's also going to be used to transfer data from one page to the next. So function to go to link from page to page and transfer data. Let's do that in the next line. And transfer data from page to page. And I'm going to put a console log. Make sure it works here. It works. Okay. So I have just this function here. Super simple. All it's going to do is send something to the console for now. And I want to use these links, right? These 4 buttons here, these link buttons, to call that function. So on click equals go, right? Like we've been doing. All right. So reload this page. Page 1, it works. Page 2, it works again. Page 3, we see the numbers, right? 3 and 4. Good, it's working. Siri decides to come on. Okay, so it should put each time you click on one of those buttons, it'll say it works. In Firefox, it just adds a number here. I have 4 times the 4, but because I clicked on 4 different buttons. So did that work? Did you get stuff spit out in your console? You'll need to click on the buttons to make sure. Not these buttons, obviously, but just the page buttons.
Yeah, I got it.
Awesome. Okay, now I want to talk about parameters. I mentioned that word before. We can call them parameters or arguments. When we have, for example, console log, whatever we put between the parentheses is called a parameter, right? The console can log information as we see, right? It'll still work sort of without it, but why not? If we don't put anything in the console, then nothing will come up here, right? So in order for the console log to work properly, it needs this parameter. This is a parameter. Whatever you see between parentheses is a parameter. In the document element by ID function, right? We have a parameter between those parentheses. In order for this to work, it needs to know which ID, right? So it needs that parameter in order for this to function. So many functions require parameters. Now, this function called go is something I just invented, right? And I define this function up at the top here. Here, right? There's my function go. Notice it doesn't have any parameters, right? It doesn't have any parameters here, but I can decide if I want to, I can decide that it needs parameters. How do I do that? Super simple. I'm going to put some information here. I'm going to put in between quotes here, blah. Why not? Blah. Oh, I can't put between quotes because it's already between double quotes. I'll put single quotes. My bad. I hate it. Okay, let me start over. All right, not double quotes, single quotes, blah. And then between this one, I'll put la, and this one ha, and this one na. You can put whatever you want. I'm just putting different words between each of these parentheses, depending on which button I click on. Blah, la, ha, na. I sound like I'm singing a song. Okay, so now go, the function go, has one parameter and I'm giving it a different piece of information every time I call the function. That parameter, the first one, it gets blah, the second one, it gets la, then ha, and then na. Now, that's going to cause something to happen. Let me save that. So when I click on one of the buttons, oh, it still says it works. It's ignoring my parameter. Other languages, if I used a parameter here, it would give it an error. That's because the go function here, I'm sending it this parameter, but the go function up here is not using it. I need in my parentheses, if I have something between my parentheses here where I call the function, I need something between the parentheses here to capture that data, right? Basically a variable. I have to put a variable here. So I'm going to put, I don't know, what should we call the variable? It can be anything. Let's call it, I don't know what to call it. N. I'll just call it N. So now I have a variable here, N, has one parameter, just like this has one parameter. When I click on the button here, it's going to send this data, blah, and it's going to capture it in the n variable. So I have one parameter in the go function here where I call it, one parameter here where I define it. This information, when I click on the first button, is going to be sent and captured by this variable. So now, instead of putting it works here, why don't I just use that variable n? So when I click on each button, it's going to put whatever I send to the go function. So the first button is going to send blah, then la, then ha, then na. Well, now instead of it works, I get blah, la, ha, and na. Right? So this allows me to change what the function does depending on which button I send. If I click on the first one, I get one piece of information, the second one, a different piece of information, third one, and so on. So this argument gets, or parameter gets captured by n, and it could be anything. I could put my name there if I wanted to for some dumb reason. Is happy today. I'm not really, I don't know if I'm happy. I just put that in there. Now I reload. And page 1, Carter is happy today. Okay, so now I can change that information. It's the same button. It's calling on all of them are calling on the same function, but I can cause something different to happen for each one, which is interesting, right? So depending on which button I click on now, even though I'm calling exactly the same function, I'm causing something different to happen. Now, I don't want to do a console log. That's dumb. What I want these buttons to do is to take me to a different page, right? So instead of sending Carter is happy today, let's get rid of that. I want to send the ID, because remember, I'm linking the pages based on the IDs. I've given pages 2, 3, and 4 with the IDs 2, 3, and 4, but I've also named them 2.html, 3.html, 4.html. So their IDs and the page file names match. I did that on purpose. So I'm going to, instead of some random data, I'm going to send the ID to the function. So I'm going to put this, meaning this button, this dot ID. Basically, that means the ID of this thing, which is this button. And then the second one, I'll put the same thing, this dot ID, then this dot ID, and this dot ID. Each of them has a different ID, so I'm sending a different piece of information up here, right? When I click on page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, I'll get different information. So let's now look at that and see how that changes things. So I click on page 1, I get 1. Page 2, I get 2. Page 3, I get 3. So it's just telling me the IDs now, right? That's useful. Because if I have the IDs captured in N, right, then I can do anything with it. Let's not call it ID. Let's give it a better name that tells us what it is. How about we call it something, let's call it link ID, right? So we know what it is, right? It's the same thing. I'm just putting link ID here, right? I'm just changing it just for a second. It's still going to work. It's just I changed the name of the variable. So it works exactly the same way. I just changed the name of a variable because I think that's more useful. Like I look at that and I think I know what that means. It's the ID of the links, right? The IDs of the links. And I don't care if I console log it. That's not the important thing. I'm going to comment that out. I want to use that link ID to link to the other pages. Okay, so super simple. For pages 2, 3, and 4, it's easy. All I have to do is put location dot href, right? The location is the URL here, right? The location dot href. Well, if I'm in the index right now, and I want to go to the 2, 3, and 4, then I need to tell it to go to the HTML folder, right? Then I'm going to append the link ID. Right? So that'll be HTML/2, and then I need to add the .html to the end. Right? So now it's not going to work for page 1 because page 1 doesn't need to go into the HTML folder, and it's also not called 1. So 2 takes me to page 2. 3, they all look exactly the same. But if you look at the URL at the end, now I'm in those pages. I don't have that code here yet. So it only works if from the index or from page 1. If I click on page 3, it takes me to page 3. If I click on page 2, it takes me to page 2. If I click on page 4, it takes me to page 4. But that only works in the index, right? Because we're just working in the index right now. Okay. Now, it doesn't work for page 1, though. That's what happens if I click on page 1. So I need a conditional. If I'm in page 1, do one thing. If I'm page 2, 3, or 4, if I want to go to page 2, 3, or 4, then this is what I need to do. Okay. Meaning if I click on the first button here, right? That's one with the 1 ID. If I click on the first button, h location.href equals index.html. Because I'm in the end, I want to go to the index. Else, do that. Because that's where I'm going to the other pages. Once again, this is only going to work right now for the index because I'm typing in the index. So if I click on page 4, it takes me to page 4. If I click on page 3, it takes me to page 3, but I gotta keep hitting back. Page 2, page 2, page 1. Takes me back to page 1, and I see the overlay again. So how do I know I'm in the different pages? So if they all look exactly the same, well, you can look at the title, right? So if I go to page 2, I'm in page 2. I'm going to hit back. I go to page 3, I know I'm in page 3. Page 4, I know I'm in page 4. If I'm in the index, which I am right now, and I hit page 1, it just reloads the page, right? And I get this screen again. Okay, but let us put this go function, right? Let's put that in the other pages so that at least we can link from page to page to page to page. So I'm going to copy this function from my index. Oops. And I'm going to go to 2. And I'm going to paste it here. Before I do that, I need the script script tags. Okay, so that's page 2. I need to call the function here, just like before, for each one of these. On click equals go this.id. I'll just copy and paste that. And I'm going to copy that and put it into 3 and 4 also. As well. Make sure my pages are saved. Let's see. Click on page 2. Now I'm in page 2. Let's see if I can click back to page 1. Nope, that's because this needs to change, right? Because I'm now in page 2. It doesn't know where index.html is, right? If I'm in page 2, that means I'm in the HTML folder. So instead of just index.html here, for page 2, 3, and 4, since they're in the HTML folder, I put ... Now, if I'm in page 2 and I'm linking to 3 and 4, or if I'm in page 3 and I'm linking to 2 or 4, then this, I don't need to tell it to go to the HTML folder either, right? Because they're all in the same folder. So I can get rid of that. I just put link ID plus .html because I'm in page 2. To go to page 3, it's the same folder. To go to page 4, it's the same folder. So I have to do this for 3 and 4 as well. Put ... for the first, for the index, and just link ID plus HTML for the other pages. dot slash. Get rid of that. And then 4 dot slash, and get rid of that. And I went a little fast there, I know. So if you need me to go back or show you stuff or remind you, just let me know. Okay. Let's test it out. Page 2, page 1. Great. Links back to page 1. Page 3, page 2, page 4. So it's all linking. We can see page 3, page 2, page 4, and then page 1. It's annoying that this keeps popping up, but we'll get rid of that eventually. All right, who needs assistance so far?
Oh wait, can you go back to the index again?
Yeah.
Can I like share it to you then?
Of course. Let me stop sharing. All right, show me. All right, so you got some errors there, right? Let's take a look at your errors first. Can you make that a little wider? Okay, link ID is not defined. On click, link ID is not defined. All right, so let's go to your, link. On click go. All right. Scroll up for me. Okay, link ID. Go. This.id, that looks good. Go. Oh, look, in line 32, you have link ID with a lowercase d.
Oh,
Okay, so save that and so let's see what happens. Reload your page.
so then I have to do it for this.
Gotcha, yeah. Okay, looks good. Okay, good. When that page 1 works, click on also and then click page 2. Oh, page 2 doesn't work from page 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back and then click on page 3. Page 3 doesn't work. Okay, from page 1, that's fine. And then click on page 4. Page 4 doesn't work. Okay, fine. Click back again and try. Remind me, click on page 1. Does that work? Page
Yeah.
1 works. Okay, great. So that one works, but page 2, 3, and 4 doesn't. Okay, so go back here. It's something to do with your conditional. So if link ID equals 1, location.href equals index.html, that's good. Else location.href equals html/ plus link ID plus .html. That would seem to be the case. But look, you
Mhm.
didn't. This is something I was repeatedly saying. So go down to your code.
Yeah.
Go down in your HTML. So notice your IDs are 1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Uh-huh.
Remember, I named my pages the same as my IDs, except for the index, right? So your pages are named page 2, page 3, page 4. So if you go to open your folder.
Wait.
So
Yeah.
rename those to 2, 3, and 4. That's 3. So 3, 3, 3. That's 3, yeah. Because you want them to be the same as the IDs.
Oh, all right.
Make sense?
So which one is like indicate in the, so it's like,
So
is
the value is just what you see in the button, right? The
Mhm.
ID is because that's what you want to match your file names.
okay, so the IDs, right? All right.
The only one that doesn't match is the HTML, is the index, right? So try that now. Save that and then reload your page. There you go. Page 2, page 3. That now it's working. You're good. No
Right.
more errors also. Anybody else need help? No errors? Everything's good?
Good.
Yeah? Did you say something? Okay. Alrighty. So let me share my screen again. Okay, so we've got the pages to link in this new way, right? Which is just sending the ID and using the ID and just adding the HTML to it or adding HTML in front of it, right? That's because the ID matches the page names. That's useful and simple. It's a really short little function here that we can use for as many links as we want, right? If you have 25 pages, this will work for all of them, but a very short little function here. So that's nice. That will only work though if your IDs match your page names, right? So that will only work, one more time, if your IDs match your page, your file names. Okay, now we're going to use this function, as I mentioned, to transfer data, right? From one page to the next. The first thing I want to transfer is the name. I want to be able to see that name in every page. And so it's because when I now, at this point, when I go from page 1 to page 2, it disappears, right? So we want to be able to see that in every page. So this is where we use a little piece of a programming language known as JSON. And so it doesn't really matter if you fully understand it, but I'm going to show you exactly how it works. And it works exactly the same way every time. Essentially, what it does, and I'll give you the idea. This thing here we call the URL, right? That's the web address. Maybe you've noticed when you go to a web page that it says sometimes there's like a question mark and then it has information equal blah blah blah. So let me see if I can go to a web page. I don't know, maybe Google has it. Blah, let's look for cats. So I don't know if you notice here, but you see it says search question mark Q equals cats, right? Do you see that? Q equals cats. Well, this is JSON. Basically, what you can do is you store information in the URL. And then when you go to the next page, you can take the information out of the URL and put it in your page. It's fascinating, right? To be able to put some information here. And then if I go to another page, I can take that cat, if I wanted to, in the next page because it just transfers it via the URL. That's how this works. Okay. So I am going to put information in my URL. And then when I get to page 2, take it out and put it in the page. All right. Let's see. Sorry, just give me a second. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to do that in the go function. And I want to do it before I even go to the next page, right? But this is the if else, the conditional that sends me from page to page, right? I'm in the index, by the way. Make sure you're looking at your index. So before I even go to the next page is where I want to put some information up here in the URL. Okay. Right, so I'm going to just create this object, and its job, this object that I'm creating, its job is to put information up here in the web address, in the URL. Okay, and it's a variable that's like we created arrays before. That array is a variable that we change into a different kind of object that does different things. Now we're going to create another kind of object, and its job, it's a variable, but its job is changed. It does something else. So var, and I'm just going to call it params, right? For parameters, right? Var, I just invented that name, right? So that's just me. I could name it Teresa if I wanted to. But it's params. It's the parameters that I'm going to stick into the URL. Var params equals new URL search params. So it's the same as if we were to create an array, but instead of typing array here, we put URL search params. Make sure you type it just like this. This is a JavaScript JSON object, and its job is to put information into the URL and take information out of the URL. That's its main job. And so this is my variable, or my search params object, and I'm going to give it some data. Params dot append. Append means to attach, right? If I have something attached to something, it's appending it to it, right? So I'm attaching to the search params object variable. I'm attaching it, and I'm going to attach some information. And the information that I'm going to attach to it, I need to do two things. One is I need to give it a name. I need to give this piece of information a name, kind of like a variable. And I need to give it to turn it into a string, because a string is a piece of data, right? This URL is a string. And if I want to put it up there, I have to turn it into a string. Now, I don't care if you really remember all this, exactly how it works, but this it's useful. But I think if you just type it the same way that I have it, adapt it for your own pages, it'll work perfectly. Again, this weekend is for you to finish up your projects. I'm going to be available to you. So if you need help, if you're having errors, particularly doing what I'm doing and here, this part, please feel free to set up a meeting with me or something like that. Okay. Try not to wait till the last second. All right. So append. What are we appending? Like I said, we're going to give it a name, this piece of information that we're appending. And I'm going to give it the first one, the name. Well, this is for the first name. Let's call it first name. Okay. First name. I mean, that's kind of long. but that's fine. It's more clear. So we know exactly what it is. And then I'm going to turn the first name. Remember, first name is stored in the F variable, right? The first name is stored in the F variable. So JSON dot stringify, it's goofy, but F. So I'm turning F into a string that can be placed up here in the URL. That's what this is doing. This is taking the first name, F, putting it in the URL as a string and giving it a name, first name. And we'll look at it. It actually will come out in the URL. We'll see it. All right. Okay. Let's do that for last name too. Give it the name last name. And instead of F, we put L because that is containing the last name. Okay. Okay. All right. Now we add it to the URL here. So we put question mark at the end of that. And then plus params. That's this guy here that's holding the information. Params dot to string. And we do that here also. Question mark plus params dot to string. So if you click on a page, once you're in it, if you click on a page, let's say I'm in the index and I click on page 2, look what you'll see. Up at the top, not only do you see the file name, which is usually the last thing you see, but you also see the question mark, first name equals Carter, and last name equals Johnson. That just means I successfully put the information in the URL. That's what these things do. These 3 lines of code and this does. So first I created the parameters and I gave them a name. And then I attached the parameters to the URL. Did that work? You should open up the browser window so you can see the full URL. So now you should be able to see whatever you type, right, at the end of your URL right there. Now I was in the index, but now I'm in 2.html, but that information is there, right? So I've successfully moved from the index to page 2. And in page 2, I have this information available to me. I can take that information and put it in the page. I can take it, just like me putting information into the URL, I can take information out of the URL. Did everybody get that happen? Were you able to see the information in your URL? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Now, how about we take that data out in page 2, right? So I'm in page 2 right now, and I want to be able to take the data that's in my URL and put it in my page so that I can see my name there, right? Whether I'm in page 2, 3, or 4, or whatever, right? So I want to go to page 2 here, and I want that to happen automatically when the page opens or loads. So that's a window.onload function. So I want it to just automatically happen, so that when I go from page 1 to page 2 or page 2 to page 3 or whatever, that my name stays there, right? So immediately when I go to the next page, I want my name to be taken from the URL and placed in here. So window, so function to extract data from URL when page loads, right? So window dot onload equals function. Now I'm in a different page. I'm in a different file, right? This is 2.html. And I was in the index. My variables, I'm in a new function, right? Remember local function stuff? So I'm going to create a new variable here, and its job is to take the information out. For lack of a better word, the other one I called params. This one I'm going to call parameters. Var parameters equals new, same thing, URL search params. Window.location search. The search is the information up here, because if you look at it, it says after the question mark, it refers to that. It's your search stuff. Now, parameters contains that information, right? All the information that's up there after the question mark is now here in this variable parameters. So I want to extract the data from that. So to be consistent, I want to use the same variable names for the first and last name. In my index, I have the variables F and L for first and last name. They're global variables. So in page 2, I'm just going to use those, right? L equals JSON parse parameters. Remember, parameters is this guy here. Dot get. And I remember I called it first name, right? Semicolon, I mean a comma, and then actually I don't want L, I want F, my bad. And then L equals, same thing, I'll just copy. Except for last name. And then at the end of that one, I put a semicolon. So the first one is a comma, the last one, because I'm doing more than one, right? This one, this parameter and that parameter. So comma, and then a semicolon at the end. So let's just test that out. When we go from the index to page 2, let's send that information that's in F and L to the console. See if we can get it. F plus L, right? So I'm going to go back to page 1, reload the page. So I have my name there. Hopefully when I go to page 2, my name will appear down in the console, right? Because that's what I'm doing here. First name and last name, the console. Page 2, Carter Johnson. Now I just need to put it here. And that's a document.get element by ID, which is the user, right? That's user. The ID is user. Okay, so instead of console.log, it's document.get element by ID, user. Now I'm putting it into the page, so it's inner HTML equals F plus space plus L. All right, so let's try again. Reload my page. Go to page 2. Oh, I got an error. What did I get wrong? Oh, I spelled element again wrong. Crap. Element. There we go. Now I'm on page 2 and it comes back. So let's try that again. Blah, 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 blah. So blah, blah, la, la in the index, page 2, blah, blah, la, la. Let me know if that works for you. We're getting close to being done, so. Now, so far, it only works from the index to page 2. It doesn't work for page 3 and 4 yet. That's because we need to put this in also in page 3 and 4, right? So that it works for the other pages as well. Might as well do that, right? I'm going to go to page 3, put that there. Page 4, put that there. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go back to the index, reload. I'll put my name. I'll just go back to it so that you can see the code. Submit. My name is there. Now let's go to page 2. Now it's only working from page 1 to page 2, or page 1 to page 3, or page 1 to page 4, right? And we have to make it go from the other pages too. So let me. So submit. I'm going to go from page 1 to page 2. I just did that. How about to page 3? It still works. How about to page 4? It still works. But to go from, say, page 2 to page, it says null null, to page 3 to page 4, it only works from page 1 to the other pages at this point. So if we go from page 1, we can go to page 2 or page 3 or page 4 from page 1, but we can't go from page 2, 3, and 4 among themselves yet. Why is that? Well, in page 1, which is the index, we put all this stuff in the go function. That's the information that's the code that puts it into the URL, right? That puts it into the URL. What we have in the other 3 pages is this function that takes it out of the URL. We don't have in those other pages the stuff that puts it back into the URL, right? So notice our go function. It doesn't have the params and the question marks and blah, 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 right? Just like the index does. So we have to do that here as well, just like we did with the index, which has all that, right? The params with a question mark, toString, blah, 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 right? We have to essentially do the same thing. So the onload function in pages 2, 3, and 4 is taking the data down. The go function is putting the data up, or will, right? So I want to put the data up from page 2 and 3 and 4 so that we can extract it as well, right? So in the go function, it's very much the same as the other, right? I'm going to go to my index and just copy this. And then page 2, I'll paste it. So this is page 2. I'm pasting that. And then I'll just do that stuff too, right?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm coming back. Don't worry. So there and there. So basically it's copied from page 1. So once again, this is taking the data, putting the data up, right? When we're going to a new page, we're clicking on a new link, we need to put data up there so that when we get there, we can take it down, right? So the go function is not only taking us to another page, but is putting the data into the URL. The onload function, when we get to the other page, takes the information down from the URL. So page 2, 3, and 4 are going to look basically the same, right? So I'm just going to copy all that. Okay. Let's see if that works. I did that in all pages. So I'm in the index. Let me reload, submit, go to page 2. I have my name. See if I can go to page 3. Page 3, I'm at page 3, and my name is still there. Back to page 2, my name is still there. Page 4, still there, right? Now it works. The score is essentially the same thing. If we want to transfer the score from one page to the next, it's the same thing. We just have to have a third parameter, right? We have two parameters for first name and last name. Now we just need to add a third parameter. Are y'all doing okay? We're almost done. We're going to do the score. And then the last thing that we do once we add the score in, which is just like first name and last name, the last thing we do is when we go back to page 1, we want to make sure that this guy, that the overlay is not there anymore. We have two more tasks to do. One is to add in the score, and the other is when we go back to page 1, we don't want to see that overlay anymore. How are things going with your code? So far, so good. We should be done before
Good.
1. We should be done before 1 o'clock. Okie dokie. So I'm going to go back to my index. At the top here, I have the score variable already, right? Which is the S variable. I need to add that as a parameter here, as well as the first name and last name, so that I can, when I go from page to page, it adds it to it. So params.append, I'll just call it score, right? Makes sense. JSON, stringify, and score is S. Because S, right? That's the S variable up here. Okay. So that we don't have to do anything else here, right? That's just the third parameter that we add. And now we have to go to the other pages, and that's where we take it down. We've already taken down the first name and the last name. Now we have to take down the score. Okay. So I'm going to go to page 2. And in window.onload, this is where I'm extracting that data, right? So I put a semicolon at the end of last name, I mean a comma at the end of last name instead of a semicolon because I'm adding a third parameter. S equals JSON parse parameters dot get score, right? And then semicolon. And this is where I want to put that into the page. And it's in the score ID, right? Document dot get element by ID, score, inner HTML equals S plus points. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me rack up some points here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then we go to page 2. Oh, points is, oh, I didn't put Stupid. Of course. "10 points, but I want to put a space there. There we go. Okay. So successfully, I'm in page 2 now, like successfully was able to, now if I subtract points, then I go back to page 2, I get 5 points, right? So I'm successfully able to transfer my name, and however many points I accumulate, I can subtract more points here, but it's not working. For some reason, JS points.js. Why is that not working? So it's not even, oh, I didn't call the function, I think. I never did the on clicks for the add and subtract points here in my other pages. On click. What did I call that function? Add and subtract, right? So equals add and on click equals sub. Okay. Lots of little things to remember here. So this is calling those two functions to add and subtract. I'm in page 2, page 2. This is what puts the score into the page. So I should be able to add points now, and I can subtract points, and I can. All right, so what I did here just now is I got the score down from the URL, just like I did the first name and last name. I put the score into the page with the document.getElementById, and then I called on the two functions that add and subtract points. Let's do that for pages 3 and 4 also. I'm just going to copy and paste some stuff. Page 3. And then page 4. Oops. All right. Oh, I added the parameter here to take it down from the URL, but I didn't add it here to put it in. So this is, again, remember, window.unload takes the information down from the URL, and the go puts it up, right? So I took down the score, but I didn't put it up so that I can go to the next page. So let me do that. I need to do that in each of the 3 pages. So pages 2, 3, and 4 are going to look identical. Alrighty. Page 2. 3. Good. Good. I can go to any pages. The only thing I can't do yet is go back to page 1. Because if I go back to page 1, I see this again. And that's the very last thing we got to do. Okie dokie. Is that working for y'all so far? You're able to transfer all the points and stuff and add points and subtract points in all the pages, except go back to page 1 because then it's on top, right? Okay. So the first thing I'd like to do is we wanted in pages 2, 3, and 4, we have this onload function that happens that's what extracts the data from the URL, right? That extracts everything from the URL and puts it into the page. We don't really have that in page 1. So we don't have anything that's taking, like if I go back to page 1, if I've already been to page 1, I want to be able to see that data and take it back from the URL again, right? So far, when we get to page 1, it's the first time. But what if we go back, right? We want to be able to take the data that already exists. We don't want to need to if I go to page 1, I don't want page 2 and 3. I go back to page 1. I don't want to have to re-enter my name. If you look closely, my name is not there anymore. The points aren't there anymore, right? It says 0 points again. So I want to be able to extract the data that already exists if I go back to page 1, just like I did in page 2 and 3 and 4. So I need to do this in page 1 as well, in the index as well. So I go back to my index. I already have the onload function, right? But it only has this one line of code here. So let's get that information also. Object to extract data from URL. Call it var parameters like we did in the other 2 pages, 3 pages, equals new URL search params, window.location.search, just like we did before. Extract data from parameters object and place in vars, right? Just like we did in the other pages. F equals JSON dot parse parameters dot get first name, first name, same thing, basically, copying and paste, last name, and then S score. Okay. Right, so that's the first thing. It's not getting this to disappear yet, but it is transferring the data if it already exists from the other pages, right? It's taking it out of the URL in the index, just like we did in pages 2, 3, and 4. Right? Right. Well, this is in the index. Again, it's not getting rid of that overlay yet, but hopefully, oops. I did the same thing always. I keep doing the same thing. Get element by ID. So it already, I have to close and open the page because it still has data stored in the URL. So I have to close the page and open it all fresh now. So, because I don't want those points there yet. So you see it says null, null right now underneath there. We can still kind of see that. That's fine, we'll fix that. Null points. The reason it says null points is because I'm getting that score from the URL, right? Remember, this is the function that happens no matter automatically when the page loads. So it's saying S has the value of score, right? But there is no score in the URL yet, right? Because I just opened the page, so there's no score in the URL. So it thinks it's null. So I want, even though I've given S a value here, I want to give it a value in my function to start with equals 0. So just in case when the page loads, there's no value up here, it doesn't say null points, it'll get 0 points. Now, I didn't save the page. Oh, I know why. Because I did it after. The score, it's getting it anyway. S from there. Scores 0. Hold on a second. That means I have to do if S equals null. Let's do that. So for score, if it's equal to null, I need to make sure it says 0, right? Sometimes we solve one problem, we create other problems. So let's try this. If S is equal to null, document, actually need that. Equal to null, 0 plus points, else we want it to equal S points. Let's see if that works. So S is the score, but if it's null, that means we just got to the page and there's no S up here, right? So that's why it would equal null, because it's the first time we entered into the page. All right, let me start over again. Still says null in my name, that's fine. All right, good. So if S is null, if we noticed before, right? Let me get rid of that. If I load this page again, it says null, null for my name too, right? I don't want it to put anything in the page if it's the first time I get to the page. So if S is null, that means this is the first time I've been to the page. So I don't want to put anything in the page. I'm going to put this only. Let's see if that works. So this means if this means if this is the first time I come to the page, right? Let's try this again. So it doesn't say null null anymore. And then submit. Carter Johnson, 0 points. Good. Let's go to page. Let me add a few points. Go to page, say 4. Still says my name and the points. Let's go back to page 1. Now this still gets black, but if we look closely, it says my name now, and it still says the right amount of points. The only thing I got to do is get rid of this overlay. Okay, last but not least, it's just another parameter. So when we go from one page to the next, we want to know that have I been in that page yet, right? And the only page we need to keep track of is the first page, because the first page has this overlay, right? And when we come back to the first page, we want to be able to know that we don't need this overlay anymore, right? So we want to keep track of if we've been there before. So it's another parameter, which means another variable. So I'm in the index. I'm going to put this, create a variable named p, and I'm going to give it a value of true, meaning I've been there. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is add it to the parameters when I go from one page to the next. As a fourth parameter, we have first name, last name, and score. Let's do P. I'll call it page 1. Why not? JSON stringify P. Okay. And I just do this for all the pages, the same exact thing. Oh, append should be with an N. So I'm going to put that in all the pages. I also need to be able to take it down, right? And because I'm taking it down and putting it back up, taking it down and putting it back up, right? All of my pages as well, right? Same exact thing in all the pages. And I should do it also in page 1, right? Page 1 is the key one, because once I get back to page 1, I want to make sure I can see whether I've been there or not, right? This is determining if S is equal to null, meaning if the score is null, meaning that just, well, if it's null, that means I haven't accumulated a score. I haven't gone from page to page, right? If score is null, then I've never been in that page before. So if I've never been in the page before, then I don't want to do anything. What I do want, if I have been there, then I want to get rid of the black thing, right? Get rid of the overlay. So this is if I have never been to the page before. This is if I have been to the page before. That's where I can get rid of the overlay. And if you remember, the overlay to get rid of is document.get element by ID. We called it fade. Remove. Hopefully this will work. Reopen the page again. Name. Add some points, subtract some points, go to page 3, and then page 3. Now go back to page 1. I'm at page 1, 2, right? And the fade, the overlay didn't appear. I can continue on adding points, subtracting points, page 3, page 4, page 2, page 1. Now I never see that overlay again. And that's because of this line here. And also because of that, right? Okay. I'm sure I have a feeling that y'all are behind or not caught up or tuned out since we lasted so long today. So if you need help, let me know. If you have errors, please let me know. I'm happy to help. Because this was a big deal today, I think. We did a lot of stuff, it seems to me. How did that come out?
Can you go over the steps to keep the score just quickly? Like each thing you have to do.
Okay. So, and the part that to also transfer it from page to page, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a lot, right? So basically what
Yeah.
All right, so basically what we did is we have this points, right? JS, and the points JS has two functions. One is to increase the variable for points, right? That increments it. And then as soon as you increment it, it puts it back into the page, right? Into the score ID, right?
Mm.
The subtract does the same thing, only it subtracts instead of, or decrements instead of increments, right? And as soon as you subtract, then it puts it into the page. So these are really simple functions. One is incrementing the score, one is decrementing the score. This conditional here keeps it from going below 0. If you don't mind if it goes below 0, you don't need that. But this is only if you don't ever want it to go below 0. So you decrement, increment, and in both cases, you put it into the page, right into the HTML. So that is adding and subtracting. In my HTML, now you could have done, if all you're doing is well, yeah, it's best. We have the variable for score, so it's a global variable, right? It's not doing it inside a function, so I wouldn't put it in points inside one of these functions because I want it to be global. I could have put it out here, like where this is where I could have done var s equals 0 here. It's not in any function. That would have been legal and worked just as well. But I put it here instead. That's where I'm declaring all of my global variables in the index. Okay, so that's how you get the score, add and subtract from it, and put it into the page. Now, the function that's transferring it or is from page to page is really two functions. The onload function here takes any data that might have been stored in the URL. So you see we're storing my first name, score, right? We're storing that data here in the URL. So what the onload function is doing here with the parameters, the search params, right? And this stuff here, right? What that's doing is taking or that data out of the URL if it happens to already be there. That's the onload function. It's taking any data that might already be stored in the URL and putting it into these variables. Then I can use those variables like the S for score, F and L for the first and last name and put it here because it's extracted it from the URL. That's what the onload function is doing, among other things, is taking the data from the URL and putting it into the page. The go function is appending, right? Meaning it's adding. The go function, when we go from one page to the next, first it's uploading information to the URL before we go there, right? So this is, the go function is putting the data in the URL, adding it to the URL right here. The toString. So the go function puts data into the URL and then it takes us to the new page. The onload function is taking the data from the URL and uses it in the page once we get there. Okay. I know that's complicated. This is a complicated thing to do. That's why I'm making myself available all weekend in case you need some help. So if you want to, you can schedule a meeting with me up front, like a Zoom, or we can just chat or whatever, but just let me know. Is yours working, Nick?
The score, it's keeping the score, but it's not like printing it
It's
on
not
each
putting it
page.
in the page.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you getting errors?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
so
one, but
let's, how
it's
about,
like it says it's like a syntax error, but I don't see anything that's wrong.
all right, let's take a look. Let's stop sharing. How about we take a look at your code?
Sure. I did mine a little like pretty differently than
Okay.
like I organized it pretty differently. So maybe that's why.
Right, so let me see if
One sec.
if that's the case, we may have to wait until everybody's gone. But well, let me just take a look, and maybe we can figure it out. I mean, there are some redundancies I have in my code just to make things more explicit, but so it could be simpler. But in any case, let's take a look and see what you got, if you want.
One sec. Is that working?
Yeah. All right. All right, so let me just look at your errors. So not valid JSON. Okay, undefined. All right, so let's see your code then. This is the index.
So it says
that's page 2. So
on page 2 on line 16 right here.
Okay. So can you make that window for your code wider?
Oh, sure.
Taller and wider, just taller mainly. All right, great. Now go to your index. Let me just take a look at that first. Just stay right there, yeah, for me. Okay. Can you scroll up a bit? Just 1 second. You need a variable here called s.
Oh,
So-
I have s over here. Sorry.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
All right, go back to your the index, yeah. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, now go to page 2. So it's not loading points here. Do me a favor, close your go to your the browser, close this altogether.
Okay, I'll just
No,
open it
you
again.
got to close it. You have to actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't. So okay. So type your name and then submit. Okay. Great. Now go to page 2. I just want to see.
So yeah, that transfer is fine. It's the points that down here.
All right. Can you click on the little arrowhead where it says uncaught syntax error at the top? Undefined. Okay, so it's adding after first. Okay, so let's go to your code. Let's look at your code. Go to I'm sorry, go to your index first. I'm sorry, we have to go back and forth. So let's look at the link function. Params to string, first, last, score, F. Um, so I think something to do with the extracting of the name. Oh, so you've added your other, what are your other scripts doing? Oh, you just put all that code in a different script.
Yeah.
So let me
This one this one is for the name. This one's empty because I just copied it from a different class.
So the problem here is this organization. By putting it in different files like that, it's not accessing all the stuff, and you can't have more than one window.onload function happening at one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. I forgot about that. So I should put it all on one thing.
I'm just trying to see which ones you definitely. So it's not basically it's not getting your first name. So the function that takes the name out. So go back to your index. I'm sorry, I want to see your index again. So what do you have as far as your script? Let's scroll up again. So I want to see how much you've got here. You just have the link function here, right? I mean, I'm sure that there's some of this that we could do, like segregated it in different files if you wanted. But and so script 1 is got what is in script 1? That's the add, okay, and then the script 2, what's in there? That's the username and the onload, okay.
So I mean, this I could probably just put back here, right? Index.
You could just take that one line there, right? And put that in. Where is the onload function?
The other one isn't two.
Oh, and two. Oh, so yeah, you can have one per page. But you
Yeah.
that's the only one that you have is what's in script 3?
Oh, that's nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the only onload. Okay, fine. So that's fine. So far, so good with that. Just leave that as where it is. So it's not reading username here, right? F. So you're declaring F and L here. Are you declaring it in the other page too, in the index?
Yeah.
So you can't.
Is that why?
Yeah, try that.
Oh, maybe.
See what happens. I would like reopen the page because
Yeah, restart it.
well, it's not transferring, but go back to the index stuff. So reopen. Reopen your
Oh.
browser and add points in the index.
Add points. Yeah, I did
Yeah,
that.
and then page 2.
Resets.
All right, so it's not carrying it over because you don't have that code to carry it over. I don't, and it's also, right. Okay. All right. So that goes in the onload function. That's why you need the onload function in each page, including in the index, because you want to extract the data from page to page to page. Right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I would put that window.onload function. Let's hold on a second. Just give me a second. Try hold on. I'm looking at something here. That's okay. That's the same on every page. All right. So are all of your pages, page 2, 3, 4, and index, and are they all connected to the? Oh, I see this. This is in 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and the one, what is the one page? I'm sorry, the one script that has the onload function,
Oh, this one. Like
and are all the pages locate? Do all the pages have that? Are they linked to that? Yes.
Yeah.
So why don't you?
I didn't finish 3 and 4. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Fine. No problem.
Because
So
I was just focusing on 2.
why don't you just join those two onload functions together, right? So where it says right here, document.get element by ID, take this out. Let's just try this and take it out. If you have that in your other pages, just take it out. And all right, and then go to your 2. Which one has right, that? Great. See, let's try. Why don't you try putting all of that into the function with the onload already, right? So adding this code to it, right? So you have that already. Yeah, see what I don't know if that's going to work, but you can try it, see if it happens.
All right.
But you'll have to take it out of that other page. Yeah, take it out of 2.
I'll take that out. Okay. Or yeah. Nope.
No. So, okay, let's try putting it back in page 2 and putting it in page 3 and 4 and everything. But there's no error, at least now. But you need the on mode. And index 2, you'll need it as
Mhm.
well. Okay. Yeah, because then the go function, the links function is what's putting that data in, and I just need to see. That is in each page, right? Yeah, you don't.
No, not in this. Not in these.
So those 2, 3, and 4, basically 2, 3, and 4 should look exactly the same as far as code goes. So if you got it in page 2, just copy and paste all that to page 3 and 4 as well. Except,
Mhm.
right? So I would just take the code.
I mean, I won't change it, but yeah.
Okay. So do me a favor, start start over again with index, and just no in the browser, and I just need to see something that I wasn't looking at before. So just put your info there. Type something for your name, right, and submit, and then add a couple points. All right, now click on page 2 and stop. All right, so if you look at the URL, you can see that for first equals NJK, that works, right? Last, you didn't type anything, so it's blank, score equals 6. So we see that it's being put up in the URL, right? And what the problem is that it's not taking it out of the URL and putting it in your page. So that is for score S plus points is not working, right?
Right here.
Yeah. So, so that's because you're in line 18. You see S there is uppercase.
Oh, wait, is that? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I feel really dumb. That
No,
whole
that
time,
happens all the
yeah.
time. That happens all the time.
Yeah. It's like the same size. It looks almost the same.
It's almost exactly the same.
Well, thanks for helping me organize it at least.
Welcome. I mean, sometimes, I mean, my impulse is to put, like, especially if we're using similar or exactly the same functions in every single page, is to like put it in external files. But the problem here is that it's the idea behind this upload and download of data is that it's going from page to page to page, right?
Right.
And so that's why we're putting it in within each individual document this way. Now, there are actually easier, better ways of transferring data from one page to another, but that requires what we call back-end code, which we can't do with. We could do it if we were simulating a server, but that's too complicated for this class. So this is well, so this should work. So I think it's working for you now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good. Anybody else? All right. Well, I guess if nobody else wants any more help, like I said, if you need help tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday, I'm happy to help. Monday will be a little bit iffier, but I can still try and help you Monday. Monday night, forget about it. So if you are, don't wait till the last second, because when it gets to be 7 o'clock on Monday night, and if you're like freaking out because it's not working, you can't necessarily count on me, right? Because that's the end of the time that it's due. It's also in the nighttime when I'm having dinner, cooking dinner, all that stuff, you know. I might be available, but chances are I won't be, right? So don't try not to wait till the last second. If you need help, ask me earlier on. You can ask me on Monday and I just might be there, but you never know, right? So I wouldn't wait till the last second if you need help implementing some of your code. I'm here to help. So let me know if you need any help. By the way, it was really nice to meet you. Well, sort of meet you. Some of you I didn't get to see very much. So, and sometimes I only see your foreheads. You know, if you see me on campus in the fall, if you're around, say hi, remind me who you are. Because, you know, a head is not necessarily a body. In any case, I hope y'all have a good rest of your summers. Good job. Y'all did great. Like I said, if you need help, let me know before your project's due. And enjoy the rest of your summer. It's almost over. Do you have classes in the next session, or are you done?
I have 2 more class.
Oof.
This is it for me.
Well, for those of you who are finished, good luck. Have a good summer. For those of you who are not finished, I'm sorry for you. Anyway, nice to meet you. Have a good, and I'll see you in the fall, maybe.
Thanks.
I'm taking 326 this fall.
Oh, awesome. So I'll see you in the fall. Good.
Yeah.
326, by the way, for those of you who are interested, is a video art class that I teach. And if you're interested in it, I mean, even if you can't, like, this is good advice, I'm going to tell you. If you are blocked out of a class, right, because it's filled up, right, and let's say you can't even get on the wait list, your first step that you should do is email the instructor, right? With regard to me, even if you can't get on the wait list, my suggestion is to come to the class anyway in the beginning of the semester. So let's say you want to take my video art class, but let's say it's all filled up and you can't get on the wait list. First, keep trying to get on, because, you know, people are adding, they're subtracting, they're adding, they're dropping. So that wait list is always in flux, right? So keep trying to get on the wait list. If you're interested in a class, if it comes to September and you're still not on the wait list, you should come to the class anyway. Because if you come to my class and you're not on the wait list, chances are I'm going to still let you in. I almost always let everybody on the wait list into the class. So if you're on the wait list and you come to the first class or the second class, right, I'm going to let you in. That's just my policy. There are some stipulations about computers and stuff like that, but we'll talk about that in the beginning of the semester. But if you can't get in a wait list, email the instructor, keep trying to get on the wait list. And if you still can't get on the wait list, you should still go to the class, and then talk to the instructor when you're there, namely me or whoever. That's just good strategy. Be persistent. And I think if the teacher sees that you're persistent about getting into a class that you want to get into, chances are many of them will try and let you in the class. At least that's what I do. So maybe I'm only talking about myself, but that's what I do. If you're interested and you still can't get on the wait list, come and join the class. It'll be fun. It's a fun class. All right. Good luck on the last project. And I hope to see you in the fall.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one. Thanks.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. So y'all have questions? No?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I share my screen first?
of course. I think
Yeah.
you're still a co-host, so you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like just double check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Great.
Page 2, 3, 4.
Okay, good. Now
Yeah,
go back to page 1.
page 1.
All right. So I'm seeing there, yeah, it didn't all come down. So hold on a sec. All right, so this is the index. Go to your index.
Index.
All right, so let's go to the top.
Oh.
I think you have scroll down slowly. So you have onload, you have username, you have go. Okay, great. So go up to the top. All right, so let me make sure S is there. So parameters, F first name, score, page 1. Hold on a second. Okay. Comma, semicolon. Great, that looks fine. Parameters get first name. If S equals null, okay. 0 plus 1. Fade. Hmm. Scroll down into your HTML and let me see down into the HTML. I need to see. So it's called fade. You called it fade. That's weird that it's not. Is this page saved? Yeah, it's saved. So, all right. So let's start this again. Click add your name there into the page. All right, and there, and then submit. Okay. Now just add a couple points and then go to page 3, say. Or
3.
yeah, doesn't matter. But okay, so look at the URL. We see it says first name equals, and it has your name and last name, and then page 1 null. That's not go for some reason. Page 1 null is not working, right? So go back to your code and let's see. That's page params page 1 string of IP. That looks fine. Why is it null? So scores 4, not there. We're looking at the go is the one we're looking at, right? All right, now go to 2.html in your code. P equals JSON parser page 1. Okay. All right, go back to your index. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find. All right, scroll up. Okay, that's correct. Page 1 P. Can you in your browser, can you show your console? Browser the console. We need to see the console. All right, it's no errors. Okay. So go back. No, into the browser. Go back to page 1. Yeah. All right. So sorry, just fill that out. I don't know. And then submit. Add some points. Go to page 2 this time. And let's see what it says for Page 1 is null. Okay. Same thing. Everything works. Your name is not working though either. Right? Oh, it is. Yeah, I'm sorry, it is. So it's just page 1. All right, for some reason. So, all right, go to your index code. Go down to the go function. All right, what's happening here? Something here, right? In the go function. New search param. So first name, last name, score, page 1, P. Do you have a variable called P? Scroll up. Do you have a variable called P? Scroll up, all the way up.
Really?
P equals true. So you have a variable here called true. Okay. And that's not in a function, so that's fine. All right, let's go back down to go. I don't know what's happening. Go down, scroll down to go. Down. There we go. To go. Yeah. All right. If link is, I don't know why. FLSP params append page 1 stringify P. All right. In line 55, just put a console here, console log. And put in parenthesis P. All right. And save that and then reload the page. And then fill it out. And then click on one of the, it doesn't click on any of those pages, doesn't matter. So nothing is coming out in your console. I'm not sure how that's even working if in the link ID. Why is no console? Console log is not coming out. Show your console.
Also,
Yeah. I need to see the console. But nothing. Click on a link again.
link again.
And a link, one of your links. All right, so it's not saying anything to the console. All right, give me a second. Hold on just a second, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So that console log,
Yeah.
can you take that out? And then we just added the one that's, yeah, right there in the go. And go, line 55.
Rice.
Yeah, just delete it. That's fine. And then let's put that go up, scroll up all the way to the top. And in the window on load,
Yeah.
let's say, no, in that function, let's say underneath, like say line 17, for example, just put the console log there, the same one, and put P. All right, so save that. And let's see, can you scroll, open the, oh, yeah, so it still says no. What the console, what did the console say? Nothing?
Also, yeah, no.
So weird. Reload this page, reload it. Oh, this is, oh wait, we're in the index. Go to the index. Yeah, reopen it, do that. And the console. Don't go to any page. Don't go, no, console. True. Okay, great. That's what we wanted. Okay, because it, all right, so because P is equal to true, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now you can take that out because we know that it's working. We know that true P is there. You can take the console log out. 17. Okay, now we got to go back down to no, to links, something in links, and go. Okay. Index to program HTML link ID plus HTML frames to string. So something to do about page 1 and P. Huh. Do me a favor. Line 61. I want you to move line 61, move it so that it's above first name. The whole line, take the whole line of code, line 61, take it out, Command X, and move it so that it's above the first name. Right above there, yeah, exactly. All right, try that, save that, and reload the index, try again. And page one is null. Okay, go to page 2. Go to page 2. The code the code in page 2.
Yeah.
The code in your code. Yeah, okay. Go there. So it's something here. So it's something, it doesn't like something here. Okay, stay right there. Let me take a look, see what I've got. Page 2. Oh, maybe no, because it's still yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Go back, I'm sorry, go back to index code.
Go back to index code. Yeah.
Okay, stay right there. So page 1 in quotes. It looks correct. Put P1 instead there. P1.
Here, P1.
Yeah, and then scroll up
Scroll.
and put P1 there. Say, and I'll save that page.
Yeah.
And do the same thing in the other pages. Okay. Okay. Let's look at your, yeah.
Oh. Hmm?
It
Oh,
still says
surely.
no.
Yeah, I said no.
How can that be no? Yeah, let's see. JSON stringify. That's not, the null is just means it's not able to assign a value. So if you go down to link, we're assigning P where it says JSON, line 32. Line 32, that's where we're assigning P1 the value of P. But so if we look in the URL, you see at the top, it has P1, right? In the URL, P1 is there, but it doesn't have the value of P. It has the value of null because we know the value of P is true.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that's not working. You need to go to the index for me. We have at the top here, we have the value of P as true. So scroll up. I think I know why. Let me see, hold on a second. So yeah, let me see, hold on a second. I think I know why. Give me a minute. Mine says null too. Okay, now mine says null also. Page 2. But mine works, whereas yours is not. That's interesting. I know why it says null. I do know why it says null now. All right, I think it, but it's still, what was it that wasn't working? I can't remember now. What was it that wasn't working? I can't hear you.
What was it?
What was not working?
What was not working?
Is something not working or is it working fine? Go back to page 1.
Go back to page 1.
Ah, okay. Why? See, mine doesn't do that and yours does. The null thing, the page 1 is not working properly, but if s is equal to null, then user, okay, hold on. In my code, if, so index, if Fade, remove. If fade is the same thing, S points. If S is equal to null. That means P is also going to be equal to null. Exactly what I have. Is mine working and yours is not? S equals zeros. That looks fine. And it's not transferring any of your code back into the first page. All right, so click on page 2. And now in your links, go to, you're looking in the browser, page 2, okay, good. Page 3, good. Page 4, good. Now back to page 1. All right, for some reason it's not transferring it any. Oh, I see why, I think. No, I don't. Oh, I see why.
Oh,
Look in line, in the code in line 37.
2 HTML 37.
Yeah.
Okay.
After before the plus sign, see that semicolon? Get rid of the semicolon.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look in your other pages and see if it's the same thing. Yep. Try your index to make sure it's not there either.
okay.
No, go. Yeah, the code.
Index. Okay, either. Let us see.
Yeah, you're good.
So,
That's
like,
page 3, index. Yeah.
if Lincoln. Here. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Try that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now try go back to page 1. There you go.
Oh.
That was it.
Oh. Is it correct?
Yep, it's working.
Okay.
I mean, there are little things we could fix, but for yours and mine, but it's fine. It's working fine.
Okay. It's nor is fine.
It's fine. It's working okay.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, and my another question is, you told me about feedback for project 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can not for the project 1, project 2 proposal. Yeah. You told me like, I can just change new one. Change.
You can. I'm not saying you
Yeah,
can.
I can just change.
You can if you want to, but it's more work, right?
Yeah, I don't have to make a new one.
No.
Yeah, so I think I have to make change. Looking variety.
Okay.
Change. Yeah, I don't know. So please can you recommend
Why don't you open your project?
something?
Can you open your
something to
project?
open my project?
Yeah, because I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
in the browser.
you want? Just browser.
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Let me see this one.
By the way, make sure you name your index, not play.
Yeah, it's my intention.
That's fine. So just run
It
that. Let's
looks
take a
like,
look.
yeah,
Let's just look at it.
yeah, anyway. Just, yeah, this one.
Right. So I don't know. I mean, are these your drawings?
Yeah,
They're great. I love them.
thank you.
So start.
This looks like fairy tale. Yeah.
I love it. So click on start.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't think I think your drawings are the variety, right?
Yeah.
So I like I mean, my suggestion maybe instead of black for that, maybe you'd pick out a color in the drawings.
Mm,
You know, you can also put in the buttons, you can actually put, like, if you want to write, like you wrote your in the speech bubbles, you can do handwriting in the buttons if you want.
yeah.
So you can create a little picture
Mm,
and you write the word next and
mm,
create a little picture, and you can put the little picture in there if you want to.
okay.
That's if you want, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to, because that picture is enough.
Yeah.
But you know, I like the minimalism of it plus the drawings. I think they're nice. I don't think you need to add much more variety.
Yeah.
So she, like, you need to add more pages, right? So maybe there are more options. Like
Yeah.
here you have a couple of options. Maybe you have a couple more options that you add. So because you know you need to add more pages for this project. I like what you did to Little Red Riding Hood. I think it's always a good idea to take a story that people know and change it, right? And so
Yeah.
you've taken a
So, like,
story that
parody,
people
yeah.
know and and change it. So I think that always works. It's a good place to begin, because you know it's really hard to come up with new stories, right? And so it's good, especially in a short time. So this is a good choice, I think, to have done this.
Yeah.
And so maybe just add a couple more options so you have more pages.
Oh.
Right. So have you and so maybe I mean, I can't remember the whole story, but maybe you give her, like, she has a gun in her basket,
Yeah.
and it's already there.
Yeah, already here.
So maybe, for example, let's say in the beginning, but we don't know that, right? We don't know she has a gun. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah.
So we're surprised by it. A flying. But maybe you can ask the viewer, for example, what weapon did we find in the basket?
Weapon.
Like the weapon is a Glock 9, right? And so maybe it could be a knife, it could be a Glock, or it could be something else. And then you have a different drawing depending on which one they want to find in there. So Glock or knife, or I don't know, something that's not very much of a weapon. Like, it'd be kind of funny, a toothpick.
Okay.
Right. And so what can you do with a toothpick? It'd be kind of funny to find out, right?
Okay.
I mean, that would mean you need a new drawing, but it would be those kinds of things that the user could have choices, and then they would actually see it in the drawing, right? Does that help?
Yeah.
I think I really, really like what you've done. I mean, I think the fact that you did drawings is a big plus. The fact that some of your text is handwritten, I think that's a big plus. I mean, all of this your project is great to me.
Okay.
So I don't think you need to do too much to change the way it looks.
You mean I don't have to change too much things?
The look, right? The aesthetic,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
You do need to figure out how you're going to do this thing we did today, right? For example, what is the information that's going to be moved from one page to the next page to the next page to the next page,
Mm.
right? What is it that is going to be remembered from one page to the next page?
Okay.
So maybe, I mean, this is all adding a lot of extra work for you, but I just imagine, for example, let's say in the beginning, let me just think, hold on a second. So let's say in the beginning, I don't know if this is what you want to do, but just as an example, let's say in the beginning, she gets to choose one other than the basket. She gets to choose one other thing to bring with her. And that's the thing that needs to be remembered. And that maybe is what she's going to use. She's going to use it later when she needs it. You understand what I mean? So let's say
add new basket.
Not in the basket, but just something she puts in her pocket or something. Like in the very first, imagine, have you played like an adventure game before where you collect potion and then later you can maybe use it, right? And so later maybe she has put something in her pocket and later she can use it to her benefit, right? And so, but the only way to remember that is if you store it in a variable and the variable remembers it until she needs to use it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So for example, she could bring a bottle of water, or she could bring an umbrella, and if it rains, she has the umbrella. If she chose the bottle of water instead of the umbrella, then she's going to get wet, and maybe the gun doesn't work because it gets wet, or that kind of thing, right? So, or if she brought a bottle of water, then maybe something else happens that she needs the water instead, right? And so, do you know what I mean? So just maybe this is just me inventing things, but it could just be her name. Also, right? Maybe she's Little Red Riding Hood, but she goes by, and then give her a nickname. And then instead of calling her Little Red Riding Hood, maybe she has a nickname like Red or Lil Red or something like that. And then they get to choose what her nickname is. Right?
Yeah.
Does that help?
Okay.
So for me, the aesthetically, you're good. Aesthetically, it looks great.
No, thank you.
So now you just have to figure out what you're going to do with the JavaScript.
No, okay.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need help.
Okay. I'm gonna email you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You too.